Tadi mati lampu jir lah. Udah sejam lebih cok mati lampu. Baru 19 menit cok live stream. Ini gua nih ngulangnya dari mana nih? Mati lampu tiba-tiba begitu, ngulangnya dari mana nih? Anjir banget. Oh, ngulangnya dari sini sebelum kita ngomong sama dia nih. Bang.
Do my eyes deceive me, or
We wanted to see how the force.
we're fine for the most part?
If that's the case,
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. He came here in a hurry and left.
he sure sounds.
Miss Cloran is.
Where the gift?
Nervalette got the milk.
Those are.
Well, it's Nervalette's. Oh, and I have some.
Are these
Nope, they're from yours. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so
for real? Then we could stay here for a really long time.
you may access the cafeteria for. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's.
Okay. Return to dormitories to rest. Fascinating. Katanya Hoya ada game baru ya. Mau coba download kan, tapi berapa giga anjir? Sabar. New game. Katanya ada game baru. Ya gitulah. Mirip kayak Genshin Impact gitu loh. Kalau gua lihat ya di klipnya itu, gua lihat di IG. Itu klipnya ada orang mirip kayak gaming tuh. Literally super mirip. Resin gua bentar lagi penuh sih. Gua mau bikin SynQ gua level 80 nih. Gua mau asen-asen, upgrade talent dan lain-lain.
We're back in our cell again. Sure feels that way. Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true. It's like we've now caused so many bad things in the world, and you're counting Paimon today? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventure with him. Just our thoughts making Paimon. The last time we fell asleep, we should be safe now, right? All right then. Good night to you, traveler.
Good night. Mimpi lagi nih. Visionnya si Child. Wait, kali ini cutscene, cok, bukan ini lagi. Pause. Si Pause Child. Child itu katanya pause ya. Cataclysm quickening complete. Yeay. Dapat wish lagi. Mantep. Fisnado, kukira Fisnaldo, cok. Game of the Rich, apa ini? Oh, Karmikos. Nanti. Ini nanti aja ini ya. Ascension. Ini gue masih gak paham. Temaria G. Ini yang ini cok. Kita cobalah. World Quest nih. Ntar gue mau unlock Sword Semistry. Gue penasaran sama isinya. Itu kan ada luxurious chest. Gue mau unlock. Mana? Kiddo. One more try. Kita disuruh ngapain ya by the way? Find Temari. Oh di bawah sini kocak. Apa nih? Begituan toh. Ya. Dah, got it. Dah bang. Oh. Yay, where's my primo gems? Ini constellationnya berapa ya berarti? 3. Man. Oh ini dikit lagi nih. Ini di mana dah? Signora challenge reward. Are you serious bro? Oke lah, gue coba. Ntar sebelum itu gue heal dulu cok karakter gue. Nggak punya. Ntar sebelum itu nih ingredients. Emang gua ngapain ya? Gua lupa. Oh iya ini obtain. Salt, gua gak punya salt. Butter chicken. Gue bisa bikin apa aja di sini. Oh wait. Gue pengen asen senjata. Sunday. Sama buat band kita asen juga senjatanya. Ini belum kan ya? Weaponnya masih level 60. Cecilia Garden. Gini ya. Ini nih. Gue Gue malesnya ini cok, cooldownnya lama anjir, jadi karakter kita nih. Tuh, jadi lama-lama banget. Kecuali buat Bennett ya.
Illusion shattered. Cool it.
Muncullah. Mana habis ordernya? Oh, nggak ada habis order ya. Baiklah kalau begitu.
Stand back. Inazuma shines eternal.
Wah, muncul kan.
Shine down.
Tolong. Nah, jadi kan enak.
So sorry. Illusion shattered. There is no escape. Going in. Torn to oblivion.
Mantap. Harusnya gue bikin kondes resin ya. Ya elah. Gak apa-apa. Gue harusnya bisa bikin sih. Ya, gue harusnya udah bisa bikin. Tinggal buat Bennett. Alias yang bentukannya kayak gini. Ya gue malesnya gini, cok, cooldownnya tuh lama anjir.
Let's light it up.
Pakai physical attack aja sih sebenarnya udah lumayan. Attack kita udah gede soalnya.
Shine down.
Free. What's the hurry?
Illusion shattered.
Sini lo berdua.
Don't get frostbite. Dodge this.
Shine down. Let's light it up.
What the Stop.
Cool it.
I'ma just end this quickly.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
Oke, nice. They won't stop, dude. Oke kah dapat 2 gitu langsung? Enggak. Gua langsung ke tempat crafting. Please, go ahead, go ahead. Terus ini gue bikin 1. Ini weaponnya harusnya udah bisa di ascend. Perlu 3. Udah bisa nih. Ini juga perlu 3 bro, ternyata bro. Udah bikin lagi 1 lagi. Sure, please go ahead, go ahead. Hebat bro, gua gak punya cukup bro. Gua gak cukup bro. Gak cukup bro. Bro, are you serious right now bro? Are you serious right now bro? Nah itu nanti aja lah. Untuk sekarang gua mungkin bakal lawan Oceanic. Nah, untuk sini gua ganti dulu Shinkyu ke Sucrose.
My experiment.
Mana? Itu dia.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chainsa.
Chains.
Coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms. In this way, shall water deliver your punishment.
Animal test 6308.
The power of water
Is it the ability to take any shape? Iyakah begitu?
Freeze.
Absorption test. Yeah.
Cool it.
Without
Lari.
solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless.
Nah, that ain't real. That ain't real. Hoax, hoax.
The power of water is its ability to
Yay, give me
any
Primogems.
shape.
Ih, kepiting. Ih, takutnya.
Animal test 6308. Absorption test.
Freeze. Cool it.
There is no escape. One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
Dodge this.
Animal test 6308. Animal test 6308.
Freeze. Dodge this.
Shine down. Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold.
There's nothing gonna happen, dude. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down.
Power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Yeah, shut up.
Illusion shattered.
Cool it.
I should.
Wah, tewas.
Freeze. Oh, so
Nih, deketin gua.
We seek but a small haven of tranquil waters. Is that so much to ask for? As long as
As long as what? Water will exist forever. Cleansing heart. Masih lama sih kalau mau di ascend. Ini harus ada yang gue ganti, cok. Tapi ini bagus-bagus semua gitu loh. Ini kalau gue nemu yang ininya crit rate sih gue ganti sih. Ini soalnya ininya kurang bagus nih bawahnya. Kurang. Kurang. Energi recharge-nya banget gua segini, shogun gua segitu. Ini mantap. Kalau bisa nih yang nambahin crit rate lah senjatanya atau crit damage. Nih signature weaponnya Kazuha nih kayaknya. When a normal charge or plunging attack hits an opponent, it will whip up a healing gale, dealing away damage equal to 180% of attack and increasing attack by 50% for 8 seconds. Ya ini signature weaponnya Kazuha, cok. Real. Oh ya, gue pengen jelajahin ini nih. Ini tempat lumayan menarik ya. Cara kesannya lewat sini aja kali. Ya gue udah jelajahin dalamnya dikit, ngambilin Crimson Agate atau Agate, I don't know. Nanti sabar ya. Tempatnya nyambung sama beginian gak sih? Enggak ya? Ini agak nyambung sih. Nyambung. Wah. Cip gitu.
there is no escape.
Ini gue udah nganuin silly yang di sini tuh, ada silly lagi depan. Gue ganti dulu tim. Thank you.
Knowledge guide.
Ada lagi batu jatuh? Enggak ya?
No, my sword. Shine down.
Mampus. Ada silly di depan. Ada crimson. Wah, ada crimson agati di depan. Dari gitu, bro, what the hell? Stop, oke. Lah, bye bye. Itu tuh rumahnya tuh. Masuk.
How fortunate.
Ih,
What's the hurry?
There is no escape.
Freeze.
3.000 gitu.
How fortunate.
Balat, jadi balat dir ya. Tuh ada lagi silly.
Dodge this.
Let's light it up.
Ini Gio tapi versi S loh.
Shine down. Rain outlines your fate.
Mampus loh.
What's the hurry? Quite the find.
Primo gue udah berapa ya? Gue punya total 6 wish sama 3.800 primo. Itu banyak sih. Ya, balik. Rumahnya di mana? Tuh, depan situ. Yuk. Oh, itu ada crimson nugget itu. Gue punya 8. Berarti gue 2 lagi. Itu 1 lagi, berarti gue perlu 1 lagi. Silly in the snow.
Fascinating.
Tampil yang depan sana. Oh, ini udah pernah gua jelajahin cok ini, tapi gak gua ambilin gitu loh. Silinya gua gak peduliin, crimson agatinya gak gua peduliin gitu. Oh, itu waypointnya cok, sabar. Gua harus buka dulu waypointnya. Itu dia. Pick hopper. Banyak achievement dah gua dapet. Terus kemana lagi ya? Gua harus kemana lagi? Perasaan gua lihat kayak lawat Charles gitu loh. Atas lagi, ke atas lagi. Oh, di ujung sana kalau gak salah. Ya, di ujung sana. Tapi ini apa nih? Lawak, Ci. Terus kemana? Last.
What's the hurry?
Buset.
Quite the find.
Gua harus ke depan sana dulu. Tuh, ada bukan lawat Charles, ting. Robot gede. Di sini mah lingkaran Raiden gua udah penuh tuh. tinggal lurutin aja sih. Gue bersadar ada chest di bawahnya. Ini kalau gak salah sama kayak waktu itu di pinggir-pinggir gue harus ledakin semua. Ya kalau kunci sih sebenarnya.
Quite the
Tuh kalau dibuka ini cok nyala semua anjir. Waduh. Ini gue harus nyalain. Sini ada nih, sabar. Loh, kagak ada apa-apa. Ya udah gua ambil sih. Nyala satu. Kayaknya buat nyalain ini gak sih? Tuh ada di sana satu, di sana satu.
Illusion shadow.
Time to act.
Kayaknya gua harus nyalain ini gak sih?
Let's light it up.
Enggak ya? Di mana, Cok? Terus Crimson Agate itu di atas sana. Berarti gue udah bisa ya tuker exchange. Kayaknya buat yang satu lagi gue harus nyalain semua sih. Ritual cok. Itu J chamber dari sini loh kelihatan. Betulkah begitu? Tidak. Satunya lagi. Oh. Iyo. Ah. Precious chest ntar dia hidup nih. Enggak nih, langsung bisa diambil tuh.
fortunate.
No, my soul.
Frostbite.
Let me leave you alone. I'm going in. There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
Oh. 3 precious chest, bro. 3 precious chest, bro.
Quite the find.
Mantep. Wah, anjir. Wah, gila. Mantap.
What's the hurry?
Dragon Spine mantap. Tidak mengecewakan.
Catch the wind.
Dragon Spine dijelajahin worth it loh. Sekarang nggak terlalu susah Dragon Spine. Gue udah tahu cara mainnya soalnya. Kalau dulu gue tewas terus anjir di sini. Ada chest. Gue gak peduli sama slime-nya selama chestnya gak kunci tuh. Chestnya gak kekunci berarti aman dibuka. Gila, mantap banget. Padahal lawannya easy peasy loh. Kalau nggak salah ada jalan lagi ke bawah.
Illusion shattered.
Freeze.
Berarti kita nambah satu ya ini elemental reactionnya. Electro charge, super conduct sama apa sih namanya? Overload. Ya, overload. Ini jangan ke bawah. Oh, ini yang tadi kocak. Tapi gue belum jelajahin sepenuhnya nih. Itu kan ada es kayak gitu tuh. Atau isinya luxurious atau precious gitu kan. Ini apa coba ini? Oke, ambil. Buka. Common sih kayaknya isinya. Oh, exquisite.
Fascinating. Catch the wind.
Ini jalan keluar gak ada apa-apa lagi sih. The fuck? Ganggu banget. UTW. Kita ke wait. Ada satu yang belum keisi. Ya, ada satu yang belum keisi. Di mana kasilinya? Ada satu yang belum keisi, bro. Di mana silinya? Harusnya gak jauh-jauh sih. Oh, itu tuh di ujung sana. Ada robot sama Scarlet Quartz. Ada 3 sih, ruin apa ini namanya? Ruin Hunter, Ruin Guards. Ruin Hunter sih yang gede ya, yang terbang-terbang tuh. Ya. Banyak banget cok di sini. Ruin Guards. Gue penasaran nih kalau ini kebuka apa nih? Kalau semua ini udah kekumpul kayak ini. Itu doang.
Fascinating.
Dah, ini udah gue jelajahin. Dragon Spine gue ada jelajahin 73%. 84, 82, 54, 47. Gue gas ke Fountain lagi. Itu kemana cok jalannya? Oh, gue udah unlock sih. Oh, ini penjara tadi kocak. Gue coba ke jelajahin ini bawah airnya dulu nih. Gue udah jelajahin sih kemarin, banyak banget chest. Udah gue ambilin. Nyambil dulu nih OP. Oke. Kita jalan ke sana. Kalau gue pakai ini frame-nya cepet banget loh berenangnya. Mantep banget frame-nya. Cuma buat berenang sih. Kalau ketemu musuh ya udah tewas, pasrah. Vitamin airnya gak bisa di-upgrade gitu. Nah, ini juga OP nih. Udah, kita ganti. Ini apa? Oh, buka. Oh, beginian lagi. Wah, berarti gua tutup dulu tuh. Nah, dia kebuka kan. Nah, harusnya kebuka dong, nggak mungkin gua kekunci cowok. I don't give bro a chance. Kita lempar sana, ledakin, boom. Ada gini. Yang di Dragon Spine yang putih-putihnya lebih terang ya warnanya. Yang besi-besinya tuh loh, lebih terang. Stay away from me. Bahkan lagunya sampai ini loh. Itu di mana tuh? Aerocool Lux. Kayaknya di bawah. Di bawah sini. Enggak ding. Tapi ada beginian. Sabar, harus di tengah, di tengah. Oke, good, nice. Berarti di atas, Cok. Oh, itu, Cok. Oke, ambil ini penjara ya berarti ini. Ini bawahnya penjara nih. Anjir, bawah banget ya berarti penjaranya. Ada waypoint, ada chest. Itu apaan? Hah? Apaan? Oh, harus barengan. Oke, mantap. Sejauhnya ini yang gue lihat banyak chest. Stay away from me, bro. Kita ngekill makhluk laut beginian dapatnya sama terus nih. Transoceanic Pearl. Ini penjaranya nih. Itu di mana? Munculnya di sini nih. Oh, itu tuh. Oh ini, oh itu pipa ini, Cok. Pipa yang dilewatin sama Preminet tuh kayaknya. Salurannya. The chest. Tactical nuke. Langsung tewas semua, Cok. Baru begituan. Hah? What should I do here? Harus gua halangin gitu? Gak bisa. How, bro? How? Tak paham lah. Tapi di sekitarnya ada kekuatan yang kayak gitu tuh, yang kelomang nih. Ini kita harus pakai kekuatan itu sih. Bisa jadi. Tapi kita apain kekuatannya emang? Kita dorong gitu. Harus kita apain dah? Oke, lanjut quest dah. Oh, ini salah lantai. Some time has passed since the incident of blah, 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 blah.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, today's our big day!
Start. Talk to the receptionist. Beneran panjang ya questnya ya. Matikan. Gua coba lihat dulu. Gua nih dengan ini 24, berarti gua udah punya 30 wish. Mantap. Tapi kalau ditambah ini berarti kita tambah 5, 35 wish kita punya.
What's the hurry? Catch the wind.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to...
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just...
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surf. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you... That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty... Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will let...
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good...
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of... Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine is finished. That's the end of another... We should probably go report to him now. Next... You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette?
I'm sure just your regards will do.
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by...
What's the hurry? What's the hurry?
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening. Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you have managed to complete all the release.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for if the change in water levels is
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry.
The situation?
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger, and everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized the Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
And out she goes.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Ah!
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Sorry. I just... Maloose and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but they were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and... I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Maloose and Silver, they're just...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
Buying yourself a plot in advance.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe...
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well...
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. Maloose and Silver have helped me. I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
By the way, you can have a look at this.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, so...
It's okay. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Maloose and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. What you said just now was pretty amazing,
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navi?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that if it... Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was not. That said, I must say that you're a lot
I apologize. My subordinates have reported...
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending. Lending your organization a hand...
Without your help, there would have been many...
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Maloose and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. I've never liked hearing people put it.
You're right. I'm sorry for you. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and...
So, you're one who will try—
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navi— Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said you and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the— Indeed. Allow me, during some recent— Judging by the dating of the ruins, my people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration.
So that's why the Fatui were all—
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is— Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you. I'm sure you already understand how—
Oh! That's—
The intel I just shared about the—
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to
Well, there's no point in being depressed while we— Besides,
Since you put it that way, I have no— All right.
Okay, the three of us—
What's the hurry? What's the hurry? Quite the find. What's the hurry? What's the hurry?
Shine down!
Dodge this! Freeze!
Let's light it up!
Dodge this! Fascinating.
Illusion shattered!
Cool it! Dodge this! Freeze!
Rain outlines your fate. There is no escape! Huh.
Dodge this!
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
What's the hurry? Cool it! Freeze!
Shine down!
Cool it!
Body and mind.
Freeze!
Dada Kundala.
The floor here isn't safe.
No, my sword!
What's the hurry? Dodge this!
Illusion shattered!
Cool it!
This place has also been contaminated by primordial...
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they...
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just... don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in the... That complicates things. Maybe the only...
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Something wrong with it.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh.
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However,
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at...
Ah, right. Yes.
Oh? Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't... They were knocking at my door day and night.
Sometimes force is required to...
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we...
Ah, did you cultivate?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for...
Very well.
Wait. Something... Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is...
My trial?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about...
Oh?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Where? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Mr...
Please sit in the defendant's seat.
All right, but...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what...
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized, as all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If any, not only you, but your...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely. We are one big family. Oh, therefore, this
Huh?
Ah, well.
How wonderful, Miss...
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here for...
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent...
She was born a free and independent spirit.
Her actions cannot... Please do not mistake her...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, everything is measured. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to...
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall and that...
Ugh, my head...
Demoiselle!
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she don't let them escape? We shall—
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, Must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The court will adjourn for the...
Our thanks, Miss...
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this...
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I... I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I...
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vash...
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who...
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time.
Huh? Why didn't...
I suppose... Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for...
No way, don't worry. She's doing...
I see. Well, that is good.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy.
He still doesn't know... So, Neuvillette...
Yes?
This isn't going...
Yes, in fact. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the...
Yeah, we
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Alright! Another one goes to the party! Let's get going then!
Cool it!
Shine down!
Freeze! What's the... Dodge this!
Illusion shattered!
No, my sword!
Dada Kundala.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
determines your fate.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Yeah. There is no escape.
Freeze!
Witness the power of the wild.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Let's light it up. Shine down.
Dodge this! Freeze! Don't get frostbite.
No, my sword.
Dodge this!
Illusion shattered.
Cool it!
Let's light it up.
Dodge this!
Body and
What's the hurry?
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine...
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kinda...
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly...
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Nervalet.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these. This says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope it doesn't...
Still, Paimon feels like these images...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient... But...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Behind?
Just head back.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up easily. Which may...
Alright, we'll leave it...
I will be carefully...
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is... Alright.
We're finally back! Good food, too! Navi, no, the boss is the best. Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all... Paimon's already starting to forget...
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It... Seriously?
Still, we didn't...
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing. Nope. Although it is used by us.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars.
Thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right?
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which may...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not fun...
Well, I was born...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't...
What do you make?
What I can tell, I'm afraid that on the flip side...
A visionary? Sounds really...
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I... All right, I'll help you. It isn't all...
Thanks, Mona! You're a...
Oh, well...
That's the greatest of it!
Indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If...
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with this... Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind... But it's time to get up, traveler.
What's the hurry? Hello there, my friend. What's the hurry?
You are not welcome here.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a
Cool it! Need. Freeze!
There is no escape!
How regretful.
Cool it!
Illusion shattered!
I'll be back. Time to go to work. Freeze!
Shine down!
rain cutter.
Oh, so sorry. Cool it!
Excellent.
Quite the find. Fascinating. Fascinating. What's the hurry? Freeze!
Body and mind.
this! Barbara, go! May knowledge guide.
What's the hurry? Dodge this! That was cool.
There is no escape! Let's light it up!
Dodge this! Quite the find.
Watch the wind.
Freeze! Dodge this!
Shine down!
Freeze! Ah! Cool it! Freeze!
Picked the wrong test subject.
What's the hurry? Quite the find.
outlines your fate.
Cool it!
There is no escape!
Dodge this! How fortunate. Quite the find. Don't get frostbite.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Durvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a...
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent...
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you... Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that, but you found them in some ancient
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophet?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various... There are several indications this is not strange in its... You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have...
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh,
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door?
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basic... Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless we may have to create a situation in which...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the high...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly. Join...
Ya tadi gua ngomong ternyata gua mute.
If at all
Parah.
possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in... But who will lend us their aid?
Quiet kosong.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have, though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also... So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant. With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Udah berapa banyak tuh? 26. Kelebihan 100 berarti. Udah 32, berarti 37.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you... Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before!
Don't be frightened. I'm just...
Who's that?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar...
The voice from the sky, You're feeling lost now. Consider me a passive. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You...
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone. I want to hear someone talking. All right. Hey, it's you who's...
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't... Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that I suppose that might be why we always...
Hey, traveler. Paimon suddenly feels... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
What's the hurry?
Huh? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Merit. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend so while the fortress's interior, journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, were up. Charlotte took so many awesome photos, she hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time. Paimon. Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried. One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but... Maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No.
Ini boy, udah jadi boy.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She said that I've got something else to do, so I'll...
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. It's more delicious. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
Leave hotel di board.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Huh? Where shall I go? Oh, harus sini dulu, Cok. Males banget harus jalanin world quest nih. Oh my god. Okay. Put steambirds.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Ha! You got some nerve!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to It's alright though, I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even...
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were...
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking...
A friend of ours met you a while back.
Ah, so you know... So she mentioned me?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which
Nice. Nice-nya gitu banget.
Huh? So you're...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was...
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh. In the...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid. Ooh, so much to get done.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't... From what I've seen, most people... So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of... Just think about it. If this nation really... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that... I'm not a dreamer, but anyway...
Okay.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
We should.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Paimon should ask if you could choose. We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent... You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been...
Yeah, sure.
Feels like it'll grow more, but it's still better.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Isadora.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermont?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Not at all. Yes,
Alright.
Well, that's Lady Ferink loudly accusing, and before the crowd continued.
So people have...
I agree.
So what happened after that?
Seeing that the situation was... The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands...
So...
That's right. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. Good.
Don't worry, this is more... Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, and at Minerva with it would be Paimon thinks... Well, what do you think? In that case, there's none of...
kosong. Salah. Gua mungkin bakal pakai dulu nih. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. Sinker. Pro 12 jir. Belum gua enhance ya. Gue gak bisa bikin lagi ya. Ya udah. Wah.
Illusion shattered. Cool it.
Hello.
Dodge this. This moment will be frozen in time. Let's light it up. There is no escape. Freeze.
No, help. Go.
Dodge this. Let me weave you a verse. Teamwork is dreamwork. Shine down. Torn to oblivion. What's the hurry?
Oh, dapat emas tuh. Oke, yang Bennett berarti udah bisa gua asen. Wow. Cing. Ini bisa ngalahin Shogun gua 222,7, 223,1. Kalah nih Shogun gua nih berarti. Ini cuma kurang ini sih. Cecilia Garden no. Mungkin gua bakal. Dan gue coba cek lagi dah artefak apa yang kurang bagus. Ini kurang bagus sih tapi lumayan. Ini udah mantap. Ini udah mantap. Ini udah mantap. Ini ya ini udah mantap sih buat crit damage-nya. Tapi kalau ada yang atasnya crit damage nih kayak ini, gua ganti dah. Ini juga nih yang kayak beginian. Apalagi kalau double crit. Ini crit rate, ini crit damage. Nggak punya tapi gue yang double crit. Lagi dapat yang bintang 5 nih, mantap. Ada chest di atas sana.
How fortunate.
Ini udah banyak sih. Gua mungkin bakal ambil duit aja ya. Mana yang api? Yang api. Gua ambil yang api. Biar apa? Biar dapat duit, bro. Kayak minyak loh kalau dilihat.
Illusion shattered.
Wah. Tolong.
What's the hurry?
No, my sword. Yatta.
Cool it.
Shine down.
Freeze.
Okay. Blossom of Wealth.
What's the hurry?
Illusion shattered.
Rain outlines your fate.
9.000 damage-nya.
Dodge this. Freeze.
Wah.
Dodge this.
Penuh lagi dong.
Don't push your luck.
Rain cutter. Time to act.
Freeze! Don't get frostbite.
There is no escape.
Cool it.
Body and mind.
Freeze!
No chance, my friend. No chance. Oke, mantap. Duit gua sekarang udah segitu nih. Masih lama, Cok.
What's the hurry?
Udah balik.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
Yes.
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Itu dia.
That's Farina, right over there.
What was meant to happen? I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that they even do? Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Kenapa nih?
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some... that's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with them.
Catch up. Mayonnaise.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is... I merely gave in to the sheer...
Yep, that's
what's happening? The ground...
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Bruh.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for... I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back, but all my efforts, we cannot make an enemy of the divine. Give up. Indeed, I thought fate is really up just now. It all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too... Don't worry. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial profit?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Cher, that's impossible. It was fated a witness. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Wait, what? Oh, tadi tuh diangkut. Tadi tuh diangkut, Cok.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my... Now, without further ado, we may proceed to...
So, this is what it is. Yes, do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Malah angkat tangan.
What the heck is going on? I just see...
Wow, how utterly...
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always...
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! Woohoo!
Now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Also, even though she's still acting super...
Alright then. Who will be...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well.
Mereka duel. Archon versus orang dari Celestia.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial, just how much work did you do to force me on...
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger. Moreover, according to our understanding, we arranged...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than...
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cut was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I...
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorans, as for you, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
It's fine. It matters not. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this try.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait, so in other words, we can refer to this. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon, and I didn't think that you'd want this is the first time Monsieur a Fatui Harbinger. The fortress of Meripede was, according to Monsieur Neuvillette, I nearly lost my awesome... The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only...
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution of course. It is only natural for humans.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came thinking that we were going to try the hydro...
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be...
Yeah, I've never questioned her
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since... See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. If you wish to drop the case...
An argument with Niram?
Well, I tried to give... And if I was...
What is this?
That doesn't sound right. First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could...
Who gave you that?
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble the type, but in light of this claim, perhaps...
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina.
Well, it is true that it's extremely...
Mampus nih. Round 1.
Well, don't start celebrating too. Besides, for centuries, one need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice
Oratrice mechanic analyst cardinal.
That doesn't sound... You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide...
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances while the court is in session. The principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules...
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure, and instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made...
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're It is true that I did not know what, but the Oratrice handed out that verdict You can't...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily life.
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how...
Mampus.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. I'm still the same Farina, you please.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
No.
Doesn't sound...
Oke, terakhir ini. Wah.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will... Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my close... So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently. And
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us.
Dia nyoba.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But she's just staring.
what's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand! Will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin, don't be nervous. It'll just take a few That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial sea...
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, however, after extensive discussion, we don't want...
Yeah, so out of it, it's a great thing.
I can't believe... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
No, we don't believe you.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway any.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
Yo, what is happening here?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render
Okay.
the final verdict on the charges.
Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Oke. Oke, ini Villette. Oke. Kita main Honkai Star Rail, kita gacha. Iya, mirip kayak Honkai Star Rail tadi, gacha.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty...
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro to be punished via the death sentence.
Death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've...
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been...
Yeah! Even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real...
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, but now, the Oratrice...
What?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns...
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around, but has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm.
Okay.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, shows Celeste. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by. Never mind. Well, the fourth slate is the prophet. We didn't believe that's such a crazy. That doesn't sound quite.
We know from the case of Pens, the first stones, this might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Wait, jadi yang pertama itu dia bisa ngubah oceanid jadi manusia. Sense. Okay.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia as recorded.
Bruh.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness, the stone slates, show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding?
What does that even mean? Okay, ini yang last.
The prophecy from the fortress. If we hadn't dealt with it in time,
they'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and the Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Kalau dia stay berarti, kalau orang-orang ini bikin dia stay berarti dia jadi oceanid. Kalau dia gak stay, alias ditolong, apalagi sama si Merlus atau sama Silver ya, kalau nggak salah namanya. Itu dibantu, jadi dia gak jadi oceanid.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the sure. The stone slate's content can all be verified by.
Okay.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. We're not real human.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their big. The evidence for that can be found in. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Nah kan ini Celestia kan.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to.
Tapi ini Velat gak bakal berubah jadi Oceanid, soalnya dia Hydro Dragon, gak dibuat dari Oceanid.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be wiped. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, however, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, They've also... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make... I believe I should share this truth not only with you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create, not one to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original form. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race, and thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to
This really might be too much information.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans. They have not been The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation... You may also
Furina cuma nunggu doang di atas dengerin.
That the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
What do you mean?
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what.
If that's the case, does that mean the sea...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions about the 4th slate. However, I believe as for the root cause of the catastrophe... This eruption was just a small warning of the thing.
That doesn't sound...
It was both dream.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Wah, kenapa nih? Wah, airnya keluar lagi kah? Wah, yang benar aja. Pause keluar. Wah, hilang tuh new fillet. Tahan, bro. New fillet hilang dong. Oh, itu dia. Tartaglia, Mas Tatang. Oh, child. Fight him, child. Fight the whale. Kill the whale. si child nih. Wah, masuk lagi dia.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontaine.
We just barely managed to...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for... From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the...
That battle maniac. We've all... Anyway, now that we...
It is too
That harbinger is
It
child.
already absorbed too much, even if the entire...
That's not... We've already done everything we can. We've come so...
Indeed. That's not how a grand perform...
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspective
Ini suara yang ini ya,
ultimately.
yang sebelumnya. Suara misterius. Suaranya ini kah? Profesinya atau something? Oh shit, cutscene lagi. The Oratrice mechanic the endless cardinal.
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Preparing the death sentence?
No, I still need answers.
Lah, ngilang. Inikah death sentence-nya? Don't end this like don't end it like this. Ini sih ini ya wujud fossil lords-nya.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face
Rambutnya
is
panjang.
just too amusing.
You are not Farina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign.
Fossilor. Why did you deceive?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too. If I was just the heavenly principle.
Deceiving the heavenly...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon
Ini bolong atau gimana sih?
predecessor. She knew full well that and as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one I had to outwit. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me, although, looking back now, it was hardly... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I...
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's...
Yes, I was.
Wait, dia juga Oceanid.
I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is after becoming a god. I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person, anyway, so then all part of the plan, of course. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of... I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the
But Farina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary... I cannot begin to fathom what she has...
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, it's been 5, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely.
What happened next? Seharusnya kita pakai traveler dong kalau kayak ginian. Wah, ini apa ini? Gak bener nih. Gue kira kayak ada tangga gitu loh. Oh ini. Gak bisa manjat, woi. Oh ini.
What's the hurry?
Gelap, Cok.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, all right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. What do you mean?
With you. Do not distract me from my... I am Focalor, the eyes
That way I
of
can
countless
become myself
Fontaines.
again.
performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Dodge this.
Close.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
It's here, you idiot.
Dodge this. Cool it. Freeze.
Now this is the last one. Ke tiket. Kita disuruh duduk tuh kayaknya. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Verena. Bahasanya tepat, cok. Lah. Cermin.
Verena. Huh? Who's that?
Si Fossilors.
Calling me.
Si Fossilors.
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Nah kan.
I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me?
Dia bahkan lebih tinggi daripada Verena.
Mirror you, huh? You know what?
Mirror me.
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait, the people will all be dissolved into the waters. And what's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Well,
Yes.
but doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian just like them.
Oh, don't. I will tell you how to save everyone. But
As for this, but if there were scales.
I suppose this would also be. Don't worry, it's nothing.
Play at.
That's right.
Play as a god?
Begin a never-ending map. If you can keep it up, then I shall have.
Dia harus pura-pura jadi Hydro Archon.
A human is.
Don't worry. Being a human yourself, remember.
I'm so. How
to accomplish that.
Trial.
Scene 2. Ascension speech. Verena. Senyum dong dia. Dia duduk.
The Maison card. What should I say to most? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard about how. In truth, I know little. As the god Focalor, the god of justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. This I thought I might stammer, but thankfully...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison.
Wait, what's going on? Why is right? Near me said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. Oh, there. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come on. You may consider. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking. I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, we have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Oh man, bisa lari kali ini.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your...
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just it. All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too.
He's doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to Citizen's Home.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already all manner of signs and...
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they...
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This... The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going. And Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Opera House, Farina. Scene 4.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I feel
Wah. Scene 182.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you.
And what? What is it?
Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my
Overflow?
Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is...
You know what?
So interminable. So lonely. Hundreds of years must I never imagined. I must maintain this act.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be just
share a witness. And if to that is in it. She's right. I couldn't, but if things don't play out as it. No, Farina. You shouldn't be so.
Lah. Rambut panjang di belakangnya hilang ya?
Really all right. Farina.
Ya, rambut panjang di belakang hilang.
So is it such an outrageous thing to do if you let
Tadi kan masih ada rambut panjangnya nih. Tuh, yang ini tadi yang belakang. Kok hilang ya?
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to...
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never...
Yes, it had. She did very well. If she had let herself, it seems that trusting humanity was the right...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has... I'm sure you...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person...
And then I became one with the Oratories, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, alas, your In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is... in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice. Oh, you have it. I mean, my work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate, but really, the vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of...
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained that only...
Very nice.
So the Oratories call for death, the destruction of that divine throne.
Returning what's right in...
Apakah Farina akan mati, coy? Just skip all of this shit, man.
But...
No, what? The authority of the
all you've done through...
I've never quite... Hydro Dragon. I must say, had it been within my rights, Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea. And the heavenly principle stole the I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that so, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then leaving matters of in other words, defying the at this point, Iudex Neuvillette.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve at last, in the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fossalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
This is gonna be the epic cutscene. Yes. This is the epic
The
cutscene.
hour of my execution is almost here.
Eksekusi mati.
The curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
What will she do?
Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Oh man. Oh man. Yang Neuvillette lihat sama yang Traveler lihat beda nih. Cut in half. What's that? Thank you, Florina, for all you've done. From this moment on. Blah 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 blah. Buset. Neuvillette. Hujan. Iya sih bener ya kata si Rafif ya. Kalau hujan berarti si Nova lagi sedih.
People of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Yes. People of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven. Jadi yang turun itu primordial sea water nih. No, this sacrifice, it's kind of sad, you know?
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since
It's time to end this. I have gained the strength. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our core, Traveler. Now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice, the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. Come with me, Traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Furina udah tewas. No, Furina udah tewas. Nih, pause nih.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
How do we
I've already done my
defeat
best
this?
to separate the power of the primordial sea from the way.
Oh,
Considering
oh,
the size
shit.
of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Where does it gonna land?
There is no...
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Everybody stand back!
Come here.
Inazuma shines eternal!
Gak kena.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Its will present itself.
Wow, nggak bisa bro. Waktu dimakan. Lah.
Witness the power of Gugwa!
Cool it!
Illusion shattered!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize
Do not
the
fear.
moment and use my power to suppress its roots from within.
Cool it! Don't get frostbite! Teamwork is dreamwork! Now you shall perish! Shine down! Rain cutter! There is no escape! This one will be frozen in time.
Wah, gak bisa serang lagi dong. Mas Tatang di mana ya? Jatuh dia. Disegel. Wah, bangun. Bukan. Wow. Ini, Cok. Pemimpinnya ini ya, Fatui ya. Wah, anjir si Child dilempar. Tang lawan dia kah? Kalau gak salah namanya siapa ya?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It was just supposed to be a short... Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen.
That power.
Hyman has an idea.
Scared.
From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. It's just that he gave us the impression that she was less tacky.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to... So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it.
It's a narwhal?
It eats. All in all, it fails as...
Miss Skirk?
The point being...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait.
Oh, right. So his name is Certalogy.
Certalogy?
I am unfamiliar with...
Huh. So master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him?
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Bright Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle.
Oh.
Albedo's
So you
mom?
do know that name. To be honest, but I suppose you understand now, yes?
Wait, Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform that the all-devouring narwhal used up such roiling hydro energy as such.
Ini
The
stalking macam
fontaine back on
apa?
the surface has in other words, the
What?
Not to worry. Fossil.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and
Suaranya
only
lain ya?
Verena will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh, fontaine banjir. Oh iya, fontaine itu lebih bawah ya daripada ini yang lain ya.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Kalau semua orang jadi dissolve jadi water lagi, jadi kayak gini nih keadaan ini. Lah. Navia. Ini kenapa bisa banjir kayak gini ya? Wah. Naik dong. Oh ini, oh iya kapalnya ini ya. Kapal gedenya. Ah, atas berat tuh. Angkat. Wah, ada anak kecil, Cok. Kuat juga dia bisa naik sang. Jadi apa nih si preminute nih? Setelah ini, Selinet. Lah ini napas orang-orang Fontaine panjang-panjang banget ya. Ya sih mereka awalnya Oceanid soalnya. Oh, airnya turun.
It's a miracle! Waters receding. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Mereka gak di-dissolve soalnya since mereka terdosa mereka udah diampuni, Cok. Oh. Verena.
The prophecy was wrong.
Wow. Airnya kemana ya? Harusnya hilang begitu aja sih. Itu air elemen bukan natural. Maksudnya air yang dikeluarin dari oleh seseorang.
Rasula attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited old soil can still give birth to new bloom with skyship winglet. The various disputes that people always call the... Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the report.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big scoops. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created
Paimon's
and that's exactly what...
are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on.
Panjang banget bro, questnya bro. Tear amongst the star. Itu yang di ini ya, yang di badannya Verena. Gue baru sadar ada beginian. Oke, kayaknya kita enggak deh. The finale. This is the final. Navia dan
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind,
I get where you're coming from.
that would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Huh? You're here too?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how...
Forget it.
Oh, I see you're the...
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the...
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
buset, disekpam.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the also not to... Wow.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview
Gua
at
harus
the Fortress
ngelakuin
of
sesuatu.
Margate.
Oke,
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a...
In truth, I told him that it...
You're right.
skip
Stay
bro.
safe now. And
Ini quest panjang banget. Gua abis ini Archon quest sudah selesai semua ya. Lu ngapain cok, jalan jauh coknya. It's in the fortress. Itu di production zone itu. Iya kan? Bukan production zone.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feel.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Ini play.
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course.
Right, Ashley.
I'm here to welcome you and our dear...
It's an honor to finally...
No need to thank me.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like...
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Emperor. Still, if I'm not...
I have to apologize, but that ship is...
Really?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like...
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on, Miss...
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, just pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting.
He sure did win.
I'll tell them that...
Oh.
What change can there be? As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the Overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might... All right. Last stop, the docks.
Wah. Lah. After what do you mean? Aqua bus? No, I don't need. Oh, gitu ternyata. No, no thanks. I don't want aqua bus. Transfer me to the top, please. Why is it taking so long? It's under here. It's under there. Duh. Can we just go down here? It's gonna be more quick than that.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after work.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of... It's a wondrous bag that can be used to trick a friend. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Yes.
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your...
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been? Father says that...
that's alright.
Oh, I guess you... After Lady Farina.
A diplomatic gift?
Yes, it could have been done as... Furthermore... I would agree. I suspect you'll have to...
But back to the...
They say that he's returned to...
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how...
Are you going to take the gnosis back to...
That is our duty, as... Don't be too... Switching my masks is something I... Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the... As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte.
Why is it taking so long? Why is this quest so long, dude? Just finish it. Please, just finish the quest. There's no teleport. Bro, like, there's no teleport to go there. Alright, I'm just... This is ass, dude. This is ass. I'll tell you, this is... Oh. Wave Rider, right here.
What's the hurry?
Alright, we're gonna use the Wave Rider. Get right there real quick. Just a second, please. Dan 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 dan. Okay, we're here. Opera Epicles. Bang, gua bahkan udah nyampe loh bang.
What's the hurry?
Nah, itu dia new flat. Ini sebelum kita masuk ke penjara itu ya tempatnya.
Really? Oh, I suppose you... In any case, you came at a good time.
Alright, let's have it then. So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed, but Paimon still doesn't quite get what you...
For me, Fontanians, but so long. In other words, when I...
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that yeah!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon, when we spoke to Linny, we guessed that there might be some
Auto nanya dong dia.
So regarding this specific issue, I was just... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Harusnya selesai dong abis ini dong.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You heard...
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here. I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you...
Of course, you should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains?
Huh.
Well, that much is true. But I fear I have never heard of it.
I've been training with my It is only natural for those
The
who
fall.
are greater than... Regardless, you should... To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person died...
What do you mean by that?
No need...
This third descender you refer to.
Master Nav, if you're interested though, I...
Next time, you believe...
I do.
Luxurious chest atau precious chest gitu 3 biji 5 biji.
That's what she told
Tadi ada something buat lift domain tapi bro kayaknya itu sebuah challenge ya. Ada domainnya ntar. I'm the fourth descender.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept.
Oh, dia ini fourth descender ya?
You to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible. I wonder, is your body also...
Like being able to... No, let's not think about this stuff. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels...
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when in...
Pantesan dia bisa pakai elemen tanpa ini, tanpa vision, apalagi dia bisa pakai semua elemen. Kecuali kalau ada patungnya sih, dia bisa ganti. Tapi mungkin kalau lihat story gitu kayak scene, dia bakal ganti otomatis tanpa patung. Yes, it's completed. And what's next? Oh, it's a final. Harusnya ini belum kelar sih. Lah, udah kelar, Cok. Lah anjir, udah kelar. Archon Quest kelar, cuy. Archon Quest kelar, cuy. Muncul quest baru sih. Ini banyak, Cok, Primo Gem sedap-sedap nih. Ya, tapi gitulah. Oke, gua bakal bener sana, Cok.
Catch the wind.
Guilty. Gue coba tanya. Oke. Sekian dulu buat stream Genshin Impact kali ini dan sampai jumpa di stream berikutnya. Dadah.